Oh, let's jump right in. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation, and they were gathered by the red door. As soon as we were all there... What the fuck? There's two of them. Why are there two of them? Hello. 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 He's multiplied?
Wrong.
Nope, not multiplication. It just looks that way because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast it only looks like I've multiplied. I don't know if I believe that, Monokuma. Can you guys tell which one is the real Monokuma? Can we just get on the elevator already? You're not playing along. Oh, jeez.
Stop talking.
We're not here to play with you. Okay, fine.
Hey!
Then if everyone's here and ready to go, please board the pain train. The pain train elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then, shall we?
Please!
Hold on, I'm not mentally prepared yet.
What the heck?
You'll never be mentally prepared? You can't run away anymore, Hero. You're gonna pay for your... Jeez. Alright, Hina. I don't know how to tell you this, but it is not him.
What the heck?
I told you already. I didn't do it for serious. That reminds me. Did you ever find the other costume? Or the note? Well, no, but... How unfortunate. Then it would seem we have our culprit.
Hey.
This isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
She's right. Let's get down there first, then the story can really begin. Yeah, good idea. Makoto, you're just kind of going along with it right now, huh? That's right. I have to do it. Can't let whoever killed Hifumi and Taka get away with it. For everyone who... Wow. Okay, words. For everyone who's still alive. And for the two that lost their lives. The one who killed Hifumi and Taka? The one who killed two of our friends? The killer is... Oh, that's easy. Someone right here. Hello. Do you have any words? It would appear the culprit has been confirmed. What the fuck did you just run into, Susie? Huh? Okay. This trial will be over in no time. You're awfully pushy about who you say it is. Hero, we'll talk to you, but... It wasn't me, you gotta believe me. As much as I wish I didn't, I do. In fact, believe you. Were you listening? Wait till we get to the courtroom to begin your arguing. You know what, on that note, I'm just gonna head on out. Is Jill the one who's going to be with us in the courtroom, or is it going to be Toko? Is Jill the one that we can see right now? I took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. Began to walk toward the elevator. Once everyone was aboard, the doors closed on their own, and the steel box began to move. Is everyone just always standing in the same spot they were for the very first trial, and we're just like popping more and more of them out. That's what it looks like. What are you doing? I'm glad you're full of energy, but can I talk you into taking a nap for the next like 2 hours? The clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. I don't really think you're falling, Makoto, unless like something's wrong with the elevator. You're being lowered. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. I mean, you can't really go anywhere now, but it's not criticize Makoto Day. That's any day that we're not in the middle of the class trial. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. You never know. The elevator door slid open, opening up onto a cruel fate. When I see all of you gathered like this, I realize just how few of you there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Just the worst.
Only because of you. Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other? Hello! What? Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so cute!
Come on.
Stop goofing around and begin the trial. I thought I was gonna be late to the stream because immediately after I posted about the stream on Tumblr, I went to go get some like migraine strength Tylenol because it has caffeine in it and painkillers. Somebody took all of the migraine strength Tylenol and fucking replaced it with ibuprofen, which does not have caffeine in it. So 5 minutes before starting the stream, I was in there making a coffee. Yeah, Monokuma is... The double Monokuma was a sight to behold, I'm not gonna lie. Don't rush me, I'm gonna start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed class trial after this commercial break. I'd never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats. And so, the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. Didn't he say this last time? Is this just like his class trial thing? A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate, a deadly class trial. Yeah, I'll save. Oh wait, was there a little banner underneath it the last time too? And the time before? That, like, giving you basically the news story version? Oh. I apparently just, like, tuned that out then. Let's, see. Did I even bother using any of the skills last time? I know I didn't equip any for the first trial. Because I think it just gave me the rundown that we had some and then I didn't bother even looking in to see if I could equip them. I equipped some, but I don't remember ever actually using them. Oh, I guess they're still equipped then. I mean, I'll equip that one too. And sure, why not? Fine. Oh good, they're passive. I don't have to worry about trying to figure them out. Alright. I don't need to open any handbook. Figured this out while making pasta after the stream.
So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate.
Is this one also going to have a new feature that it's going to run me through a tutorial for? Or am I good to go with what I already know without another round of tutorial? Okay, comfy now. Kind of. Oh, the chair's cold.
Now then, to begin with...
Okay. Oh, I did not refill the water bottle. Oops. I should have taken a nap today, and I didn't. But I should have.
We already know who did it.
I mean, I know, but you don't know. Because you think it's Hero.
Was that?
I like that Monokuma was caught just as off guard as... like, honestly, if I'd been standing in that room, and I was in the middle of monologuing, and she just yells, we already know who did it, I'd also probably go, what?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit.
Actually, he does have an alibi for when the murders took place. He'd been knocked down and shoved into a locker, but you're not going to admit that now, are you, Celeste?
Don't try and deny it. You killed them.
I didn't. Someone knocked me out. I was asleep the whole time. I don't know anything about it.
I'm not very often on his side, but I am on his side this time.
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Jill?
Who are you calling a murderer?
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence.
We do?
Blueprint for the suit.
Oh, please tell me that there's something about the handwriting in these things that I can shoot down. Yeah, she is. I'm glad she's full of confidence, but I feel like this confidence is being directed in, not the correct directions.
Parts we assume were used to build it.
Alright, I need the rest of the class to just look at me for a moment. Do you really think Hiro is the type to build cosplay stuff? I mean, we can be surprised by things. But out of everyone in this class, who is really the one that would have been the most likely to build cosplay stuff?
And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know. I don't know.
Is Hiro really the killer, or for anything else? We have to make that clear.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I know what I need to do. I gotta hit the blueprint one because the handwriting on the blueprints are different from the handwriting on his message.
Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
I mean, looking at the blueprints, that handwriting is awful messy. If I remember right, Hira's handwriting is, yeah.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff!
I love the class trials. They're interesting, but the mechanics of them are like my nightmares.
Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
I can guarantee you, when I try to like shoot down the like chitter chatter that's floating around, I'm going to manage to miss that and hit the blueprints thing. I can guarantee it.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that
Let
you
me
are
it.
the
Fuck.
culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff!
You're not wrong. She does talk about friendship a whole lot, and then just like
Hero, why?
first like 30 seconds of the trial,
No!
yeet.
Just hold on a second!
Yeah, how many times am I gonna have to go
Everything
through this
we found
part?
in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are...
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Are we sure Hero really made those blueprints?
What do you mean?
Oh, she didn't know his handwriting was that neat.
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hero wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say? When you compare it to the blueprints.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on! I'm not smart enough to think of
You're
trying to
right.
change my handwriting anyway.
At least he admits it, damn.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hero's the culprit?
And he is not the only one. I think Hiro is innocent as well.
He's on our side, kinda. But why are you surprised by this? Arguably, outside of you and Kyoko, Mr. Krabs is like the smartest person.
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit?
That's the thing. Hero was in the Robo-Justice suit, but the Robo-Justice suit that Celeste keeps saying that she saw is not a real thing.
Is it like Hero said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
Even better, someone was leading you on a wild goose chase the whole fucking time.
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
Because he doesn't know. There's no way he knew the answer to that.
Say? Who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
Ah, fuck. I didn't even read the line about him handing it off to us. The suspicious individual in question, the one that must have been in the suit. I am so tempted to choose the Illuminati. Like, just because it's a why not. But I know Hero was in the suit.
I got it! Other than Hero, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
I've seen the Tell the Nagi, like, meme. I have seen that before. I had no idea who any of the characters involved were, and now I do. But I really I think I love this this series. It's so fun.
can be no doubt. Hero is the prime suspect.
Mr. Krabs, did you... It feels like you just ran in a whole, like, different circle.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hero didn't do it.
Yeah, I feel like he's trying to confuse you on purpose, Hina. I love you, but I don't think that would take much.
It makes perfect sense. Hero was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
Sure, we'll go with that.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
Oh, okay, he finally came around to a point that... Other Robo-Justice can teleport, or the whole Robo-Justice thing is BS, right, Celeste? Yeah! Because, look, okay, that's how I figured it out, actually, because, I was making my pasta, and I just kind of went, wait a second, the only person who ever saw Robo-Justice outside of that picture and Hifumi getting attacked was Celeste. So she had to have been lying. It really does. 3 a.m. pasta is a great thing. Helps you think.
What? Now that's a bold assumption.
Is it really? I mean, we did find him still out cold in a locker.
And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
Honey, maybe don't go ahead and go on the defensive immediately when your story starts shattering. At least try to play it cool.
Of course. But before we get to that, there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around!
You know, what are you even mad about right now? Yeah, clearly the thrill of killing just knocked Hero out cold. Absolutely. Knocked him out cold, shoved him in a locker, locked him in his suit. It just took over for a little bit, huh?
All things have a proper order.
I do have to say, Hina got really angry about him trying to continue along a logical train of thought.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body. It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items.
The character design for this game has, like, draws them all with such pretty eyelashes.
Makoto, can you tell us what they were? I mean, I get that Mr. Krabs could totally be an insufferable prick, but like, for somebody who is so like adorably peppy outside of the courtroom, she sure is aggressive as fuck inside of it. Things that we used to move Taka's body, they must have been... Oh, that's easy.
I got it!
That's one of them. There's still one more thing. Yeah, I know.
I got it! They were a dolly and a tarp, right?
I mean, understandable. Well, okay. So, a couple of them, like, have no eyelashes at all. One of them being Makoto, and I cannot tell if it's because he's supposed to be so average in every way, or if they just, like, decided it would be too much to give him the, like, hair up at the top and the eyelashes. He's a prick, but he's our prick. Absolutely. Mr. Krabs is my favorite prick. At least in this game. Why is he mad about us saying that? I don't understand their reactions in this particular trial at all. Oh, good. Glad to know I'm not the only one confused by this. What's with the attitude?
So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository.
Maybe what he wanted was to be able to be the one to say what it was. Maybe he wanted everyone to go, I don't know what could have moved it, what could have been used to move him, so that he could, like, have a big moment. Maybe that's why he got pissed off.
And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right?
I love his pose in this CG. Because he almost looks like some important, like, bouncer opening the door to a very startled Makoto. Ooh. Is that the... Hold on. I have Baldur's Gate in my wish list. Is that one the vampire? I think I've seen screenshots of him. Very pretty. Oh, I think I gotta pop my back. Hold on. Oh, that's better.
It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there, and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body. That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing. I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there.
I like how he says same thing, but, like, I don't think using a dolly would make less of a mess when moving a body. It would just make it easier and simpler to move.
But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly.
Well, don't worry, the dolly fucking reappeared. It was in the repository. I already told myself that today is not going to be a make fun of Makoto day. So that's any day outside of the class trials. Let him be him while he's in the class trials, but he makes it so hard. I adore him, but, like, I want to pick at him. Just poke him.
Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body, am I right? But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Thank goodness Makoto is willing to explain because I doubt Byakuya could explain in a way that wouldn't anger Hina. Kyoko is great, but she is also not the type to explain unless she feels like it's necessary. True, she very much is not the type to explain unless it's, like, absolutely necessary to get people to go with what she needs them to do. And, yeah, Mr. Krabs could explain it in, like, the most polite way ever, and Hina would still get pissed at him about it. Meanwhile, Celeste over here so hard on the defensive that if I didn't already know it, would give her away.
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body?
You weren't there for that.
That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room.
Don't try this shit with me.
It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room.
Unless it was put in the equipment room when luring Taka in there to make it easier to move the body later.
Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
Me, I investigated that shit when we were in there the first time. She is very good at acting condescending.
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
Well, when you say it like that, I'm gonna respond by jumping over the thing and slapping you.
There is no shame in being wrong, and nobody expects much from you anyway.
Fuck. Actually, I feel like people are expecting a lot out of Makoto in these trials.
We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
Wow. Jeez, Celeste. I like you, but calm down. I don't think Makoto's into that kind of degradation. Wow, I've never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean. Maybe I can change your mind. Yeah, I think Celeste might be mixing up a couple of people here in an effort to throw us off the fucking trail. Get your eyes checked, She's just, she must be trying to cope. Well, she's the reason he ain't here no more. Maybe she should have popped on, Makoto has never interacted with a mean girl before. Yeah, he's apparently also never seen any media with mean girls in it. Which, if you should really sit down and watch the Mean Girls movie, it's a fantastic movie. I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. Oh, that's easy. The blood tracks. Oh, fuck. A new element has been added to bullet time battles. Would you like to hear more? Yeah, sure. Let's talk about reloading. Starting with this next bullet time battle, we're gonna add one more ingredient to the recipe. That's alright. It just seems to be adding on, which I guess I should be expecting it to at least add on to things every once in a while with class trials, like the further along we get. Keep it from getting stale, I guess. On the bottom of the screen, underneath the tempo marker, you'll see your ammo count. Up until now, there hasn't really been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's statements. I had to make sure that I was reading that right as I was reading it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't always read through the entire sentence before I start talking. I just talk and read as I go. But from now on, just locking on and pressing the left mouse button won't be enough to handle them. Now it will cost you 1 bullet to destroy a single mark. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy any more statements, no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing the tab key. Why was there a pause there? Why did the narrator pause? Just like locking on, you'll have to press the tab key in time with the tempo marker. Why are there pauses? Basically, just remember that the tab key now has a function along with the right mouse button and left mouse button. Buttons? What? I feel like if you're going to put buttons at the end of that, you need to just do RM and LM. Yeah, everything that this game adds to the class trials, I get a little more fucked. You will automatically reload at the start of fever time, and your ammo will not decrease. Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, you won't have to reload at all. In which case, you can ignore everything I just said. Well then, good luck and have fun.
You have it wrong.
Fuck.
I cannot agree. You are a fool.
Oh, fuck.
So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You had it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool.
She's stressing me out here.
Lies will get you nowhere.
I don't think I'm making it through this.
You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You miserable wretch.
Okay, this is stressing me out.
You had it wrong. I cannot
Oh,
agree.
hallelujah.
You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies
Oh,
will
there we
get
go.
you
I got
nowhere.
this.
Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere.
This is going to take so
Do your
much
worst, you
effort.
miserable wretch. I cannot agree.
This should prove it.
Wait, did I make it through this first try?
If you're asking for proof that the dolly moved, I have it right here.
In your heart? Because that's what you're pointing at right now. I barely did it. Oh, I thought that I was going to have to repeat that.
When I found the dolly in the repository, one of the wheels had a blood stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread.
I'm almost out of water. What straw at the bottom of this? There we go.
The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room.
I do need to know how they managed to wheel the dolly through the blood on accident. Unless they loaded Taka up on the other side of the bloodstain and just strolled straight through it. Skill issue on the killer's part, absolutely.
And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Good job, Makoto. You get a cookie. Jeez, does Celeste really hate me that much? Well, you are poking holes in her story. So, yes.
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
Oh, she's still stuck on the robot part. Okay. You know, honey.
I'm not sure that really matters.
Sakura was just like, babe, I think you're on the wrong track there. Try again.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer.
Because he was locked in a fucking locker? We've already established that. Does she realize that?
If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
Because there's no handle on the dolly? I feel like we should be sitting Hina down after this trial and going, honey, you do know that that's not a real robot, right? You do know that was a costume. You are aware that Hiro, as strange as he is also not a robot, right? If I look at how the body was moved, it'll be clear why the person in the suit couldn't have done it. What does he mean by that? Dakota. There's like a giant note on the costume plans that say that like say to make them been there, but then Hiro was talking about how it's very hard to like move in that thing, like even after he got out. Yeah, sure, Robert, this is costume. Here we go.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yes, Mr. Krabs.
The culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah. But even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
Okay.
You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Hina, were you not actually present for any of the conversations that have been had next to the suit?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together, remember?
I'm glad it's bad in here. I can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing. I'm telling you it wasn't me. And not to mention, I totally can't bend at the waist. It seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
Oh, she looks so sad.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
I just kick it. Yeah.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
Celeste really did think of every angle she possibly could have for this, huh?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
I like that Jill just like randomly inputs things that are only moderately useful.
On top of that,
She's just
if you
here to
wear
like
such a
observe
rigid,
Mr. Krabs,
cumbersome
isn't
suit,
she?
It's very dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
But it locked. It was locked in that fucking suit. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, she. What am I touching? Oh, her mouth. That's good. I do have to say, oh, give me a minute. I got, I got like no brain cells for a second there. There's absolutely no chance that the costume was taken off just to move the body because you can't take it off. I like the once it's on, you can never take it off.
I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember,
But I mean, she doesn't really cart around her bodies after she kills them. Hero's not strong. That was another good one. I do like that the alternate answers that are incorrect are usually pretty funny. I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help. Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make the stupid friggin' thing. They really do, and that just makes me wonder if Athena accidentally popped from an alternate timeline where he said some of that stuff instead. But it's like Athena and Celeste both. There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We really don't have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
I like those things where you bring over. Yeah!
Then you really can't take it off by yourself? Hero wasn't just making it up?
Girl, you were present for that. Why are you acting like this is new information? You were standing there.
Of course I wasn't making it up.
if he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it.
I got to agree there. If it helps, I am also using all of Makoto's self-control not to say something stupid as a joke.
Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right.
So, it's really, really true that Robo Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
Tina, I feel like we've been going in circles specifically for you.
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hero in the robot suit, correct?
Sakura's over here like, I'm just gonna put this in like the clearest terms possible for Hina so that we stop having the same conversation over and over.
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took? You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo Justice?
But was he really being dragged away? Cause like, oh hello! Was he really being dragged away? Cause that picture looks more like he's struggling to lift somebody.
If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
Hello. How did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy? Robo Justice. That's what I decided to call him just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question.
But if he just spontaneously decided to call him Robo Justice, why did he already have an R and a J painted on him?
The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt.
That is such a beautiful sprite. It has like the perfect intimidating aura. But now is not the time for me to be sidetracked by Celeste. Because she is locked on to trying to frame Hiro.
Yeah, that's
Hina!
probably right.
Honey! No! We've been over this like what feels like 12 damn times.
Hold on a second.
How do we end up back at square one with Hina?
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion. Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it.
I feel like this is the point where Monokuma's like, actually, now there's a time limit on the class trials.
Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility?
Well, yeah, probably.
Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Kyoko, have I ever mentioned that you look kind of like you're designed to be a lady detective? For somebody who, like, talks about friendship as much as Tina does, I do feel like she hates a lot of people. And she doesn't really show it outside of the courtroom. I wonder if the courtroom just brings out the hate in her.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
Yeah, a secret agent is the other thing she looks like. Wait. Does her, like, undershirt that goes, like, all the way up to her chin zip up? Is she wearing a jacket underneath a vest, underneath a jacket? Or is that a tie?
What a pain in the ass!
Thanks for your input, Jill.
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
Oh, yeah, we should probably be asking her that. I feel like if she's going to tell us, it would be, you know, now.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened.
Maybe she does get cold easily.
I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself.
Not yourself. Every time her picture passes or I pass by her door, it's just like, no!
We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
True.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant.
You liar.
I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo Justice.
The way Sakura says it, she sounds so much more serious than the others when she says Robo Justice.
It also soon became clear that this same Robo Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library.
She puts that in such a polite way compared to the fact that we just kind of like... Sakura secretly really wants to fight the robot. I mean, understandable. I would want to fight a robot too. Yeah, good point. Should we be checking her for a concussion since, you know, she was knocked out hard enough to be out for an hour? I mean, we probably should have checked Makoto for a concussion after Mondo too, but I feel like suspicion should fall on Celeste. At the very least for the fact that she's been acting weird ever since we found her again. But like, she phrases Mr. Krabs and Toko joining them so much less strangely than it was, because it was basically Mr. Krabs shows up with Toko like following him around like a puppy. And him like desperately trying to get rid of her.
He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect. But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
What's wrong? I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs. Yeah, did anyone check his head wound, or did they just, like, carry him in there? So, I don't think I remember anyone checking his head wound.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that,
I saw someone moving around on the third floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him. The strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
and then
I still can't repeat that scream. So I don't think that would be a very human sounding scream. Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back. This school must have great acoustics for you to scream in the closed nurse's office and for people on the third floor to be able to hear it. Sakura should be allowed to fight a robot as a treat? Yes.
at that point we decided to divide up into two groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi, dead.
But he wasn't dead.
And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement.
That was Sokka's, not Hifumi's.
I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the third floor to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the three of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us. And she told us something very surprising.
Hifumi's body has disappeared. Poor Byakuya could probably hear everyone talking in the dining room from the library, considering how loud everyone was. Yeah, probably. Especially considering the fact that, you know, you can hear people from the first floor on the third floor when they scream. And he wasn't even that far away.
We rushed rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
I like that that's phrased like they left behind like a stuffed animal or a book or something and not a whole ass person. There we go. Comfy again, kind of. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all of this or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies. And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository, which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
I think that about covers it.
He says that like he's told the entire story.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated. It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
The contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them, no matter what. Yeah, absolutely. Kyoko the MVP.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
But the thing is, they don't know what order. Right?
Shoot!
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died
Like,
before Hifumi.
we know Taka was killed earlier.
We already know what order they were killed in.
True, they are
Taka
assuming that
came
they did.
last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the justice hammers.
Would that be? Oh, okay.
Shoot!
I am slightly pleased by his distressed sprite here. Anytime I get something wrong, I'm not gonna lie. Well then. Let's go back to the beginning again.
Is this really the end for all of us? I refuse to give up
Move my
yet.
arm. Not very happy with me. There we go. Let's have another go at this.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the justice hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
The Justice Hammers were numbered, but were they really used in that order?
So, regarding
Wait.
Taka's death, I wonder if he died before
Didn't I already
Hifumi,
do that
or perhaps
one?
it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
Huh, I gotta read.
It's true that
Oh,
Hifumi
did I-
was killed with Justice Hammer 3,
What?
while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Wait, but I've already shot both of those. And it counted both of them as wrong. Am I missing one option?
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
Wait, what?
Shoot! So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka
Did
came
I tried
last.
to. Have I?
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
It's only giving me those two options, right? The order and the hammers. But it's counted them both wrong when I tried. Oh, forgot about that. Forgot about that. Whoops.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi
Just
was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So I gotta grab the first one and then try again. I'm guessing.
So, regarding Taka's death,
Maybe?
I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
No, that's wrong.
These class trials are like the most
There's
stressful
no
part of
reason
this
to
game.
assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers. If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
Look at Makoto using his brain cell. Another cookie for you.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
The watch. The broken wristwatch. Evidence that proves Taka was killed before Hifumi. There's something that relates to what time he must have died. I consistently forget how to play the Hangman's Gambit part. There we go. That was the easiest part so far.
I've got it! Taka's wristwatch! See? Look! It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer. Because as of last night...
Hey, you! How long are you going to keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced through the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls. I don't think that line will ever not get me.
So if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
And that would be his official time of death.
He was a treasure. I miss him already.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
Yeah, that was the entire point of them, Makoto.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Yeah, I do have to say, he wouldn't seem like the type to just, like, try to escape. That's the thing. Like, Hero, I can see doing it. People not following the nighttime rules finds another victim. Yeah, Celeste really did get fucking fed up and just like nix the people that were not following it, huh?
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder, but all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
But Sakura, we weren't arguing that fact. Nobody had said anything about our alibis not being good for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
Are we? Oh yeah, we're not working with the realization that he definitely did not die there. Because nobody checked to make sure he was dead there. What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi! He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko.
Man, she's still locked on
Then we
Hiro
all went
having
down to
killed
the
him, huh?
nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on.
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
Don't just go making stuff up.
I love that her ponytail bristles like a dog's tail. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either. Like, I would not, if she kills somebody over the course of this game, I would not be surprised if it's him.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream. Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room.
Yeah, she is.
At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
Yeah, because you were creating diversions so that Hifumi could run around and do stuff.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Yeah, I don't know how you think this is going to help at all. No.
Hey, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then.
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body. Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway. In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now, Kyoko?
You ever noticed, like, how strangely Celeste puts, like, emphasis on syllables for their names? Like, she tends to put a lot of emphasis on ko in names. Like, she says Makoto and Kyoko.
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
He got up and walked away.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
There we go! Kyoko saving the day with being the brains of the operation. Huh?
The dead body moved on its own?
No! Not another...
Another?
ghost!
Hero, we established that the ghost last time was not a ghost. This one's also not a
I
ghost.
don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is, we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
You know what? If we put Mr. Krabs, Kyoko, and Makoto all together, we'll have one solid, very good brain.
He was alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
Yeah,
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
but did anybody check and make sure that he was dead?
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
Solid brain and a decent team. Yeah.
That it isn't possible.
Oh, really, Celeste? You got some insight on why? The idea that Hifumi was still alive, is it really possible?
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
The thing is, the announcement was for Taka's body. The critter has the talking to people skills. Byakuya and Kyoko can stop him from being too trusting. Yeah. And Kyoko has, like, the best critical thinking skills of the entire bunch. I'm just gonna listen to the whole thing this time.
When we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible.
Oh, I bet I'm going to use that,
Without a doubt.
that him still being alive one and shoot it at
Surely
the
you
other
heard
one.
the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Let's just face it, I don't know what I'm doing. I am tired. My brain has just,
Are
like,
you saying
stopped
that when
working.
we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead.
We could
without a
try
doubt.
shooting this at
And
the,
you know that how?
body
Surely you heard the
announcement
body
one.
discovery announcement
Actually, I'm gonna listen
along
to
with the rest
it
of
all
us.
the way through first.
Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Hello. Okay, yeah, I'm going to try shooting. Yeah, I know. It doesn't stop me from still trying to shoot it at things, so. But I'm going to try using the he was actually still alive one on the death announcement thing.
Chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible.
I think.
Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
Unless what it means is
And that is why the announcement was made.
maybe what it wants
Are we
is the
really
other
so
one.
sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Nope, still wrong. Pretty sure. Oh, I'm not starting this one over. That's surprising.
Are you saying that when we
I
first
do have
found
to check over
Hifumi in the
back there.
nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
Nope. Okay. So, hold on, I gotta think this through. I'm not doing a very good job of thinking right now. So Yeah, I'm going to, like, for sure repeat this one. I really should have taken a nap today.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi
Let's
in
see
the
if I can
nurse's
get this right this
office,
time. I cannot explain the logic in which I am following to get to this point, but
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
okay, there we go. I know that makes sense in some way, I
Was the
just don't
body
know
discovery
how.
announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
It only took, like, most of the, trust that they had in me to get this.
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we made a mistake in there somewhere.
A good chance. Makoto, that is the entire thing you're arguing for.
I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
Yes, you are very correct, Mr. Krabs.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
I need to know if Monokuma shoots back
What do
from
you
this.
say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That was so useful.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No, actually, that was plenty.
Was it? Mr. Krabs?
Huh?
Yeah, no, I'm giving the same reaction as Hero here. What?
He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means
Oh, there shouldn't have been an announcement in the repository.
even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Huh? Later on?
I mean, I was just going by the fact that, you know, Hifumi, made a accusation on his fucking deathbed. Nakia has trained Monokuma to respond. He has. He's trained him quite well. The family money must be some good shit.
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
The second body discovery announcement. The first time it played was when we found each body in the nurse's office in the equipment room. And the second time was when... I mean, technically it was just after both bodies. Hifumi had come back. And then died. Again. I am intrigued as to which one it is. The second announcement came right after Hifumi woke up for the second time, I think. Looks like I just embarrassed myself in front of it. Oh, well, let's speed through this.
Maybe
Yes, we're going to give it another shot.
Was the body discovery announcement that was made really?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we...
Maybe.
Good
But that
speed
was
through
also
the
the
question.
same time.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement.
First of all, if two bodies had been found,
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
what do you say, Monokuma?
I could have missed
Any
her.
comment?
Well, it's a very but what I can say about the body, it's only broadcast when 3 or more people.
That didn't answer our question, man.
No, actually, that was plenty.
What is the tie thing that Mr. Krabs is wearing? Like, what are those things
He
called?
said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time. Even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement. If that's true, then why?
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the
Oh yeah,
body
wasn't she
discovery
still like out?
announcement twice.
Was she still out cold at that point?
I got it! We heard it a second time in the repository when we rediscovered the two bodies.
Oh shit, I was not reading that. Whoops. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
No. What? Makoto, what is your logic you're currently following? Because, like, it doesn't contradict what he said. In fact, it sheds light that one of them was not dead when you found them the first time.
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
And in reality, when the two dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
Yes, good job, Makoto! You're going to earn the entire pack of cookies by the end of this.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet.
Correct.
Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
Once again, correct.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
Oh, I know!
Please tell me, Jill.
Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
I love her.
That is the worst logic I have ever heard.
Actually, he was pretty good at playing dead. Yeah, the importance of checking headwinds, for sure.
But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
Celeste and Hifumi should be glad that Kyoko wasn't with them. Yeah, because Kyoko would have been poking the body for sure. Kyoko has been hands-on on them bodies the entire time.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body.
Yeah, the plan would fall apart like immediately. Oh, there you are. I felt Sushi touch my foot and then I could not figure out where she went.
Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
Yeah.
This whole thing is pointless.
There has to be proof that Shosifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everyone. Fumi's glasses.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned,
should I admit that I'm doing this to read the "your meaningless words tire me, stop wasting my time" thing?
well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were
I
in the
know I'm not going to
bathroom,
have remote
his
for
body
much longer.
disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
There was.
That's wrong.
Yahoo!
In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository. His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
When we found
Eventually
Hifumi
going,
in the
that
nurse's
fucking
office,
idiot.
His glasses were covered with blood.
Oh, God. I think I should read off with my peach lip balm. I have not been able to find it. And that makes me really sad. Maybe it's going to the floor right next to it or something. Like, I cannot find my peach lip balm anywhere. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered in blood.
But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
The evidence I found in the trash can in the nurse's office was... Dun dun dun!
I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
Got a point there. Meanwhile, Celeste is probably cursing that Hifumi is so predictable and like the characters that will be on his object.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
That would make me immediately want to gift him something like that. I'm not gonna lie.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
Jill, that's terrifying. Then again, I'm not convinced that Toko would clean her glasses, so I guess that's a step up.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
So what you're saying is... What exactly?
Hero, you were on a streak of not being an idiot. Yeah, he threw it in the trash, not shoved it back in his pocket. Like, Oh, calm down. Let me grab the sling. I gotta put the sling on. Oh, back in a moment. Alright, I am back.
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Imagine you rope someone in as an accomplice and you're like, yeah, he seems to be a pretty competent dude. He's not gonna fuck things up too terribly much for me. All he has to do is follow my instructions to the word, and I'm sure he'll do that because he's a massive simp. And then he throws away his glasses cloth after cleaning off the blood from his glasses instead of shoving it in his pocket.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
Good job, Makoto. You really are going to earn the whole pack of cookies by the end of this.
That's a good point.
Then it must have been him, right?
Yeah.
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office.
And design's a very anime robot costume. Yeah, like of everything else. Like he could have knocked Hiro out and just shoved him into a locker and then like just left him there, and we probably would have still all jumped on him as like the murderer without the costume.
He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes
Yeah,
his
and calls it
glasses
Robo
clean
Justice in front of everyone. He was so proud of that costume where he would not have made a point of like painting the RJ on it and then also calling it Robo Justice.
Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
I'm sorry, that was his copious corpse. That is probably the least obvious way of putting it.
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead, what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
Ina, how often does blood look like paint to you? Never mind, it's bright as pink in your world. I guess it could look more like paint.
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
Kyoko likes alliteration. Yeah.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere! But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done! God, what an idiot!
Why did Kyoko, Oh, good point. Uh-huh.
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained.
I've seen a thing where you can commission like Twitch emotes that are designed after your cat, and I might go for that at some point. What are you doing? Yes, she very much does. I thought she was clawing at the Among Us sketchbook that's by my desk. I can explain that. It's actually, like, a moderately interesting story there. But no, she was just trying to, like, hook a single piece of cat food that she had for some reason shoved by my desk.
It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
I like that you have the option of Sakura. Like, dude. The one who moved Taka's body was
I got it!
Fumi.
It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
Ooh, nice.
The door was locked?
Yes, Jill. I don't think you were present for that part either.
Well, after the bodies disappeared, we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside.
That is such a strange feature, by the way. Is it so the artist can go in there and have a destructive moment without anybody disturbing them?
Which means when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who'd just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository.
True.
So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
Yes.
That means he took part in the murders.
Yes,
I just can't believe it.
I can. He was obsessed with alter ego. I mean, I could see somebody going, like, I could see him killing Taka over, like, that alone. Yeah. Or if someone, Celeste, played her cards right and gave him the right excuse, he would certainly kill for that too. Or offered the right incentive. One of the two. Trying to move this cord. Okay. There we go.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
There's more?
Why are you so surprised? That's the entire point of this trial, to present evidence and find out who did it.
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The item he took off of Taka's
Yeah,
lifeless
Hira
body?
is like over here barely following along. The thing that Hifumi stole from Taka. Could it be?
talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Hidden note?
Yeah, Hina, I don't think you want to know the details of it, because, from what I can tell, she just shoved her hand down his pants.
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his pants?
Well, Jill's excited about that.
Yes, his pants.
I would love to know what's going through Sakura's mind right now.
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
Makoto's over here like, you guys are getting real weird over the pants. Can we get back on track, please? Found a hole. Maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
That's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go. Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I do like that Sakura had input there, like, like that was one that I was not expecting to have any statements involved in regards to the pants.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
You're the one who pointed out it's not the same, Hero. What do you mean? Why are you confused?
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been...
Resist the urge. Resist the urge. Resist. Okay.
That's right! Taka! The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Fumi's pants, the true culprit.
Hello, over here. Objection! Objection!
Yes, Jill?
I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right? So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Happy.
Did she just call Taka TikTok? What the f- Jill, I need like a comprehensive chart of all your nicknames, because these are beautiful.
Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right? Oh, yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Hina, I have a feeling she's probably got you listed under like bazongas or something. Considering she's used different, very boob-related, titles for you so far. She does have very creative nicknames, I'm not gonna lie. Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary. Why? Okay, so she introduced herself as Genocide Jill, but they all still call her Genocide Jack. I can't let her get to me. Why don't we just pull out the, Okay.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
Ha!
No, that's wrong!
I got that first try.
No, there absolutely is a connection.
What the hell are you talking about?
Be very careful with your phrasing, Makoto, because you could feasibly argue that Taka gave the note to Hifumi and then tried to kill him and it got turned around on him. I know that's not what happened, but you can't argue that.
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered.
I cleaned Sushi's litter box today, and it sounds like she is trying to dig a hole to China in it.
We've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Yeah, like, okay, so I moved her up to a bigger litter box from the one that she had because she kept, like, getting in there and just digging in it and getting cat litter everywhere. And, like, it wasn't like that she used it and then dug, like, furiously to try to cover up what she'd done. No, she'd just, like, get in there and dig around for funsies. It seems to be what she's doing now. But now she's got a much bigger litter box that has higher walls and it doesn't go everywhere anymore. At least she's doing it in clean litter.
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note.
One of Master's acquaintances has one of those the auto cleaning litter boxes, and it like set on a delay. So after the cat uses it, it like waits 10 minutes and then does it so that it doesn't freak the cat out by like trying to scoop it like as soon as they get out or while they're still in there or anything. And if it wasn't, like I think she said it was like $60. If it wasn't that expensive, I would consider getting one for Sushi. Although I feel like the litter box would probably spend a lot of time, like, trying to scoop nothing that's there with her digging through it.
I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that.
No further objections.
Man, Jill, that just sounds like you really wanted to object for no reason.
Then someone used that note to trick Taka, just the same as me. The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster, telling people they found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it?
Well, Hina, I don't know if you know this, but after someone dies, sometimes the killers search the body and take the evidence that would lead them to it.
Just down his pants, no less.
And we're back on the fan.
Most likely, Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
He stole it?
Well, I mean, he couldn't ask for it nicely anymore. Taka was dead.
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
Proof that Hifumi stole the note from Taka.
I got it! When I searched Taka's body, I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
I didn't mean to go ahead and hit the button to continue it on to the next one, but that did fit, like, very good for him cutting her off. To just be like, yes, now let's continue on.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from his death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
That means
Absolutely.
Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa.
Kira's like, wow, this is like a huge revelation.
after seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's alive.
We were so close to him being, we were so close to him having a brain cell moment.
Sorry, no. When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead. The second body discovery announcement proves that.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Yeah, like, it was a lovely little screensaver. It would have hit just next to the corner.
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
He was killed in the repository. So he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
Why are so many people this class trial trying their best to steal Makoto's Captain Obvious title?
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Yeah, but the one who found the bodies is always the most suspicious.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together.
Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus!
What?
Who are you calling a walrus?
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
I'm bracing myself for whatever comes out of his mouth.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
Okay, no, he's actually bringing up a good point. I am sadly surprised.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right? So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it.
I love how prickly Jill's sprite is. Especially from like the shadowed side.
But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Man, I want him to say that to me.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
No, it's not, Hero.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
Why you lying? There's an entire wall of hammers in the repository, and one of them is suspiciously clean.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
It was number 1, right? Because number 2 was with Hifumi, and 3 was with Hifumi, and 4 was with Taka.
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then,
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
The weapon that was actually used to kill Hifumi. The whole picture surrounding this case won't become clear until we figure that out. Somehow, I have to find the truth. Oh, that's easy.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Well, one thing seems pretty clear.
I love her.
The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers.
Oh shit, that was the right one?
The murder weapon wasn't a justice hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
But, seriously?
I do want to know, were the Justice Hammers something that Hifumi just like had as part of the cosplay for Robo Justice? Or was that offered? Like either as something that he repainted after he got there, or like something that was offered to like Celeste or Hifumi, one of the two.
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi. Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean. And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
And whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him. Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him.
Celeste, you're making yourself look real suspicious, because, like, of course someone was working together with him, or he wouldn't be dead.
The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder.
Doesn't have to be if you're a big enough simp.
So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
We did talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least that's what we thought at first, but...
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
might
You may
need to
ask
be
for
the
us.
for
Even if
the
more than one
at
person
the
is complicit in the
first
murder,
one with this one.
only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is
No, that's wrong. Since there were 2 murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Yes. The trials take a lot of like thinking. Oh. I'm constantly terrified that Sushi's gonna do the same thing. And like, I can't be mad at her because it would be super cute, but that would also not be very good. Yeah, I'm just like over here, sleepy and very focused, so not talking much.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in a scheme.
Cats spend a lot of time acting like you're just like there to feed them and care for them, but when they want attention, they are very much going to get their attention one way or another.
There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that 2 people could act as each other's accomplices to commit 2 separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime.
Aww.
And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka. They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
I mean, I guess if you're the victim, sure, you can also be considered the accomplice in your own murder. I guess. That is a smart move.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating 2 separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
That's just awful! How could anyone be so cruel?
I'm waiting for there to be like some kind of comment about it being a big gamble to go through with a plan like that.
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
Mr. Krabs over here like, no, it's a good plan. But why the fuck did they pick Hifumi? The effort made to convince us the 2 murders were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning. Which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Kyoko really is amazing. Although, when you think about it, she's almost too amazing. Are we like witnessing him realize that he's crushing on Kyoko here? Like, what is this line of thought? Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is
I
at this.
understand how an accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
That's problem numero uno right now.
Yeah, I feel like Hifumi would have been the one that was easiest to convince out of everybody, other than maybe Hiro. But I think for Hiro, you'd have to like convince him that you're not gonna kill anybody. It's like just a prank or something. The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions and in the end murdered him. And the debate up till now, the way the case has unfolded, when you consider all that, there's really only one person who seems to fit. Oh, that's easy. Boop, boop, boop. There's so many dead. I love the terrified face for Hina. Yeah.
Here's my answer. It was Celeste.
Yep, Tahiri did it from the grave.
So I'm the suspicious individual now, am I?
Man, you were suspicious from the beginning. Like, I have notes on the board about you. A lot of them, actually.
I really do hate this kind of joke.
A joke? I wonder.
Why'd she not have a comeback for that? Why'd she just shut
So
up?
what
That
you
made
are
her look
saying, then,
suspicious.
Is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi.
What happens if you do actually? Like, does he say a ghost did it if you select one of the portraits? I do kind of want to try that next time.
The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him,
Oh, she's getting angry.
that I would go within 10 feet of that shit brain fat, lazy, worthless, goddamn idiot!
That's an accent change.
Pardonnez-moi.
No. Go back to that. I want to hear more of that.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
Is that so?
God, I love that sprite so much. I do almost wish she hadn't killed anybody just so that I could continue seeing that sprite. Oh, it is!
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
I mean, the screaming was common between the two of them, and she doesn't usually scream. But I'm assuming it's encountering the suspicious individual. What is it that only Hifumi and Celeste had in common? No, I have to try the screaming one first. I think that both of them did a lot of screaming, but I don't think that's it. Looks like I'm... God. Yeah. I knew that wasn't going to be the right answer, but I still wanted to do it.
Suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it? The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush. The adults are talking now.
come back for whatever just happened. Goddamn.
Sorry.
Wow, okay. I mean, he did. Wow, okay.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
She sounds so heartbroken over that. Mr. Krabs, you're not gonna tell her to shut up too, right? Like that was a Makoto exclusive thing, right?
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct? And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell which one of them he considers more intimidating. Also, in the future, if I ever get to a point where people like clip my streams, I need there to be like just a compilation of me simping over characters. Like that is the only thing I request out of like clippers in the future. I saw a shadow, something moving around at the top of the stairs.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen.
Yeah, for sure.
Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
That, like, even Mr. Krabs commented was very out of character for her. just between, like, Tagora and Mr. Krabs, and, I consistently forget her name. Tyzius. Like, just between the three of them, yeah, there probably is, like, a good hefty amount of clips.
and when we'd all come
And
to
Celeste,
see what was
'cause, like,
wrong, what was it she said?
That's bright. And L word, yes. Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been Ifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. We have to go back. The only downside is that sometimes the only downside to this game so far is that sometimes
so that
you
we would discover both bodies at the same time?
see like the flashbacks several times throughout the course of the trials.
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
Then why don't we split into two groups? I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting. Does he have a watch chain on his jacket? Oh, it does happen a lot less in future games? Okay. Very well. Then Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I will leave the capture of the suspicious individual to Toko, Byakuya, and Sakura.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected.
You ain't gonna try to argue this, Celeste?
And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on.
God damn it. Oh.
That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it?
I do not remember that particular cry.
It was your way of telling him, we're on the 3rd floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
That is a way to phrase that.
I just realized another strange thing.
Bless you. What are you doing?
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead,
I was certainly not expecting this. I did not imagine that Hifumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
I don't believe it. Everything, the whole thing was one big act.
So she's just like completely shutting down and not even bothering to argue it now that she knows the jig is up. Love it.
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kind of sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait! Then that was...
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
Oh, and that sprite too. That sprite is beautiful too. I'm not ready to not have these sprites anymore.
Don't bother trying to deny it.
He really is. He's dramatic as fuck.
You made one fatal mistake.
Hold on. I gotta do like some weird assessment of his outfit real quick. Cause I thought this was some Thai thing. Which it probably still is, but like what I thought was like something pinning it at the like where it crosses over actually looks like he's just got one of his short buttons through it. I am fascinated by whatever the fuck is going on there. He would be a theater kid. And she really is trying to act innocent. Like very much the cat kind too.
Oh,
You're right.
did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but...
Wait, what was the fatal mistake?
Looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
Oh god, you expect me to remember back that far? That was like, what, 24 hours ago? They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. We're going to die just like those guys said.
I remember her saying
words.
that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
I remember now because I made a comment about that being like a drastic change from what she was like before with the whole let's just like settle in and live here.
Pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed. So Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the four of us headed to the nurse's office. Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead. Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
I bet you do not.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
Yasuo said the Celeste comment doesn't make sense, but what is he alluding to?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died.
Shoot!
I did not do that for her reaction again.
All I said was,
Her being the killer is probably the most detrimental part of this trial for me.
frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it? What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
So I'm assuming that I need to highlight this ice cream part because there's some things on par. With that in mind, what's so strange about what she said is off we go again.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it? What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
Yeah, I really don't want to have to sentence someone that I sent for to death. But it is what it is. I gotta do it.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those...
No, it's wrong. That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys died. When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
I suppose she could reasonably argue that the look on their faces told her everything that she needed to know, but I know that that's not how this is going to go.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
And Toko wasn't with them, so reasonably you could argue that Toko was dead. Oh, that's probably not a good sign.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations.
He's so personally offended by that.
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw. Then what about the picture I took? How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer to set up the picture.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit.
I would like to know, like, how they managed to create a suit that was exactly to Hero's dimensions, unless they, like, knocked him out at 1 o'clock and then literally spent the next, like, 6 hours, 5 hours, making a suit.
Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer. In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away. If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no other explanation.
Other explanation? If it wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging his movie away, the only other possibility is... the other options are so beautiful.
It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around.
Hifumi Hero drinking game gone wrong. Loser of the drinking game had to put on the suit.
And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Her laugh is so adorable, even if it is slightly evil.
Such a thing is utterly impossible. Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Okay. Celeste thinks she can prove that there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. Yes, that would be a beautiful clickbait title. If I change the title of this when I put the mod up. Alright.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Then the fortune-telling idiot is the culprit after all!
No way!
I remember right, Hina said that she couldn't bend at the waist.
You dressed me up in that
Okay,
suit after I
so
passed out.
gotta use it on the
Then
standing
you
up
just
straight
dragged me across
part.
the room and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said,
I'm just like
ridiculous.
collecting seconds over here.
As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight.
No, what's wrong? No. Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that. Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
You totally can't bend at the waist. It seems like a pretty obvious oversight. This trial, it feels like it's going on forever. But I also have had a tendency to like screw up just so I can see the Celeste line. So I'm not gonna lie, it is taking me longer than it should.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either.
I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
No! That's another cut. All of her sprites are so pretty!
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Yeah, but like, all of her sprites are top tier, and it's not fair.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Oh, is she breaking?
Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you mean, checkmate? Celeste? Clearly, you want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one little problem. Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Stongy. I love it. Hey, Hifumi, who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you? Who killed me? That's right. I remember her name. Yasuhiro. Yeah, she is clinging to that accent for dear life and losing it.
The answer was quite clear, was it not?
No, baby girl, get madder. I like I like when she yells.
He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro. In other words, Yasuhiro Habakure!
Right, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
Dude, what is the distinction when you've been telling all of us that your name is Yasuhiro? I am a simp for, yeah.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
Sakura spitting facts here.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
How nicely do I have to ask for that?
Kyoko. What do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
Oh, good point. He did only ever use last names. Because he called us, Miss Naegi.
I got it! That's right! Our last names! He called us all by our last names!
He did keep a, like, level of formality there that none of the others did.
Exactly. I know
Like-
I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example.
Like, not even Mr. Krabs keeps that level of formality.
So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name.
Oh, she is on the down slope. She ain't even piecing together whole sentences anymore. Great, right.
Indecent?
Yeah, it does.
Don't talk.
Oh, man. Okay.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No. There's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
Makoto, how did that make sense? There's nobody with the last name Hiro.
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to, and that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
What did you just say? To think you'd take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit!
I have a suggestion.
Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you?
Yeah, both.
Well, do I? What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
I am in that same boat.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up!
Yeah, even her hair is angry. I love it.
My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself
Another.
over and over again?
Well, I still won't give up. So then, I have to do something to make her accept it. Accept what?
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
Nope. I don't know what I'm doing in this particular case, not gonna lie.
Shoot!
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
how many times do I have to tell you? My name is Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
Why is it upside down?
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me, that's the only truth there is!
Yeah.
Moron!
Yeah, I know Makoto. Me and the buttons were having an issue. I did not read that second line. May not be related to the case, but it might come in handy anyway. Yeah,
Hifumi was
yeah,
trying to
anyways.
tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
how many times do I have to tell you? Name, please?
Celestia Bludenberg, god damn it!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict it,
No, that's wrong. That's it. The handbook.
What?
Girl did not even consider the fact that her real name was in fact in her handbook, huh?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right?
So what would they do if they turned it on and it did say Celestia Ludenberg?
Monokuma told us all about it before.
The handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday notebook. It has so many more uses than that.
So all we have to do is check her handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
that's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Makoto's thinking real hard on how he can say this without it being an invasion of privacy, huh?
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because...
Oh gosh, she got stuck on loop.
Until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything to an end.
How did Makoto end up consistently being, like, the prosecution for this entire courtroom? Oh god. What? Yeah, you got a point. It does, like... It does run a majority vote, so all you have to do is just, like, be able to convince the others. Fuck. I'm going to assume this one goes here. Um, No, wait, Justice Hammer. 3 was, 2 was there. It's Justice Hammer. 3 was here? I feel like I'm using every bit of brain power I've saved up over the past week on this thing. Yeah? Maybe? I would assume this one? Where was this one here? Okay, yeah, sure, we'll reenact that. I don't think any of it's right, but...
Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person
I almost ripped my headset off my head. Oops.
Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes. First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, they drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit.
This is going smoothly than I thought it was going to.
Robo-Justice was attacking him. While the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker. And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents.
Oh, I think it's gonna bump me out, because I think that should have been... If there was an option for Hammer number 1...
The killers pretended to be the victims, to solidify Robo-Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1, and the Robo-Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2, and an injured Hifumi, to sell us that story. With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds.
Did the other, one of these parts of the trial also have the like, panels from other ones too, or is this one just extra confusing?
That the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for. He took the blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3 and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered.
Oh yeah, because weren't there didn't somebody comment that there was like blood everywhere? Even though the art didn't depict blood everywhere?
He let out a scream to draw us back. And when we
A very bloody magical girl transformation.
Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room. He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository.
I'm gonna miss not looking down hallways to find Taka standing like still as a statue at the end of them. Yeah, the amount of luck to go just right for these is insane. Like, had to rely on Toko not waking up, had to rely on somebody not going, well, one of us should stay here with Toko and the body while somebody else goes with them. Like, I had to rely on somebody not turning around from the nurse's office to come back up the stairs at any point. Or have been coming down the stairs to check on the others when he was trying to leave.
That explains how each of the bodies disappeared.
Yeah, good point.
But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act.
The dancing.
Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them.
Yeah. The two of them are the most confident in the class, I'm not gonna lie. Along with Makoto on, like, a very good day.
And they did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository.
Yeah.
That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is...
What is going on here?
Celeste! Sorry, you lose.
Lost?
Yeah, it was very, like, Ouran High School Host Club-y for a second there. I can't do that. I have to see it.
I lost?
What if we made out behind the flowers while I accused you of murder? I'm in.
When was the last time I was forced to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
When it's going to break again.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor.
I am not entirely sure what you're on about right now, Celeste, but go on.
Hi, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
I'm not ready for this.
So, you finally accepted it.
She completely dropped her accent.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Interesting.
Oh, I love her voice either way. Jeez. Yeah, her natural voice is amazing too. What was the one that I got a C on? Was that the like the rhythm game part? She does need a hug.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin. Or, no. I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote. Okay? Okay.
Oh yeah, it probably was.
If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote.
I have a question about the lever. Like, how the fuck does that work? Is it like, is it more like a joystick where you just like point it in the direction of the student that you're accusing? Or does it just like know your inner thoughts when you pull it?
And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened?
Magic? Yeah, I guess that's the best yes here.
Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna
Think
be?
real hard to pull the lever. That little sprite on there is so cute too. It's basically a formality at this point, but once again, you're totally correct. The blacken this time, the true killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was Celeste Ludenberg, or more precisely, Taiko Yasuhiro.
Honestly.
I lost. Well, that sucks. Oh, really? I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan. But how did you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would happily agree to commit murder. I'm sure he relied on her specialty, lying. My specialty? Don't make me laugh. I did have to lie to get him to agree. Oh, I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then,
Then did you use, you know? I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice, I used her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but it was the one thing Hifumi and Tako were both super into. Does she mean... Is she talking about alter ego? Yes, you fucking idiot. I will not torment Makoto during the class trial. That can happen every other time.
Say what?
What? What are you talking about?
Just a second.
Don't interrupt. We're in the middle of a very important conversation here. I'm totally out of the loop as usual. I'm sad. Yeah, she could have totally fucked everyone over. But she didn't.
In other words,
Then you're the one that stole it.
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Right again. Last night, after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit. Oh, what are you doing here?
Actually,
I was hoping I could talk to you alone. It was about what was stolen. I know who did it.
What?
What?
are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it. What?
So then,
And I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I'd found a use for the digital camera. I'd taken you-know-what to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. I deleted the picture as soon as I'd shown it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him! But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You are correct, which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
What?
as for me,
Please forgive me. He threatened me.
Oh,
He did?
as for me,
Celeste. I know. I feel like I know where this is going. You did not. He came into my room last night unannounced, and then it's hard for me to even say. He abused me. Celeste!
what?
And he took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice.
Damnation!
I'm just gonna pretend like this entire scene is not canon and not actually here. Celeste! That's a crime. An absolute crime. I knew he'd come a little crazy, but
Say what?
I never imagined he would go that far. Celeste. God damn. It was amazing how completely he bought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was. I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
most unfortunate.
Wait, please, if you go now, you'll be playing right into his hands.
Actually,
Taka is planning to use her to escape. And he has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean... Look, everything up until, like, the flashback scenes here, I will happily accept. I'm just going to, after this is over, pretend like that part did not happen. Taka is going to try to kill you. Oh. Honestly, I feel like that noise, encapsulated with the. I just noticed there's the outfit in the background. Good on him. Played him like a cheap kazoo. Absolutely.
Indeed.
And also, he can keep her to himself. That bastard!
This is completely unforgivable!
Bastard!
Honestly.
Can we allow him to continue these barbaric acts? Absolutely not! How could I? She...
I swear I will save her!
I have to save her.
Actually,
Oh, that was a very swift change in atmosphere there, Celeste. I'm surprised he didn't catch on. Yeah, I don't want to die. Then, would you like to join me? It just so happens I have come up with a plan. Huh? I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. And with that, it is complete. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. If we agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was remarkable. Power of love. Even a love as twisted as that can still drive people mad, it would seem. You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. What was that strange costume? Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
indeed.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the butt too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that. But it's my fault for picking him in the first place. Damn. So has Celeste dropped in your rank? So long as I pretend that she didn't falsely accuse Taka of what she did, yes. No, she has not dropped. If I am forced to acknowledge that, then she has dropped.
But
So, why'd you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid.
Let's see.
Like, I like her personality. I like her design. That one little quirk. That one little thing is kind of a knockdown points thing. And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. Jeez. She consistently goes for the throat when she insults. I feel like I could cry.
Well,
There it is. But when you were explaining your plan to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead? What she's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that, assuming you had actually let him live? Yeah, that is a good point. The vampire aesthetic does lend itself to just like going straight for the throat.
Are you okay with this?
That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead once someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. And he really believed that? Well, of course that wasn't all there was to it. As I explained to Fumi, the plan was, while you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so nobody could doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it. That all seems very straightforward, stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. And you were to kill Kyoko instead of Hifumi? Like, that would have been a great idea, because, you know, nobody knew where Kyoko was. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
So in the end...
So, you had planned to kill him all along. But of course. Wait, I just realized. She, like, refused to tell anybody her real name, so why did Hifumi know it? There would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can human life mean so little to you?
Well,
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
Don't be mean.
Now you sound like Byakuya. Not incorrect there.
I wonder about that.
No, he derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Then what made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for the money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, that's true. But that's not all there is to it. From the moment our new life began, my only thought has been escape. But all along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
You little bitch!
Obviously that was a lie.
Hey!
I couldn't take it. I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here.
You little
I wanted to
bitch.
get out. Every day was fresh torture. And do you want to know why? Huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream. And accepting the life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing.
As for me,
And it was all for that dream. She had to have been had to have been. And what was this dream of yours?
isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle. You know what? I really should have guessed that one. Castle? I like her logic there. And to gather handsome men all over the world to serve as my butlers / bodyguards. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfectly aesthetic world of decadence. Oh yeah, good point. Her trying to, like, get as much control as possible. Yeah, honestly an understandable goal.
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. That's what life is all about. Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. I got right to the edge, but
There is nothing to be done.
unfortunately, my dream has been scattered to the wind. Yeah, not gonna lie, so would I. I would love to see my heart like that. So, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream till the very end, so why would I? Oh yeah. I don't know, I think she would enjoy Lily.
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh,
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Yeah, true. You too. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? Yeah. Tina really does, like, layer her own morals and feelings over everybody else. And then gets very confused when they don't have those same ones. My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. It's not just other people. I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious sees the unconscious. And that's why you're not scared?
Yes, indeed.
That's right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice, then
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I would like to come back as Marie Antoinette. I don't think you can come back as someone in the past. I don't think that's how reincarnation works.
Hey,
You just get executed again. Celeste smiled then, and when she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could fool her own feelings, but that statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak, fake smile is what betrayed her.
Kills, chills, kills!
Y'all done? Okay, let's get rolling. The black can disturb the peace and must pay the price.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment for her, the ultimate gambler.
Let's give it
Why do I feel like this is going to involve a roulette wheel?
punishment time!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment
I
time.
guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this. What?
Is that her room key?
Will it really give you the
This
hope
is-
you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then, take care, everyone.
I don't know if I'm ready for
Perhaps
this.
we'll meet again in another life.
There's... I don't think I'm ready for this. Celeste. No. The Did it really need to give us an upskirt of... You know what? Sure. The game can give us an upskirt of her, like, in the process of killing her. What the fuck? That's not how I thought that was gonna go. What the fuck? Almost killed in a witch trial, a very unique, on-brand way to die for her, only for her to die in a car crash, one of the most common average ways to die. Yeah, like, what? Don't know which one would have been worse. It's over. Third execution is over. Yeah, you got a point. It is fitting for someone who despised how normal their life was outside of gambling. Celeste's death is over. Celeste killed my friends, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point I considered her my friend too. The Tycho part? Or the Celeste part? Or Tycho? Yeah, there was an E in there instead of an I. And for him to just come along and... Isn't it just awful? Of course, she went out of her way to pick a name that was, like, very unique within Japan. So that she wouldn't have a common name either. Someone who couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world, and so more people had to die.
Extreme!
You guys are still young. You need to place more value on your lives.
What are you gonna do?
And geez, and here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me out of here!
Poor Hero. Every single time he gets a little more desperate to get out. What do you care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here. Yeah. It is like a very meaningful execution. But geez. Was not ready for it.
Too bad.
You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is. But that reality just can't be avoided. Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us?
How strange.
God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. I'm pretty sure it's just Makoto asking that over and over every single time. So, anyway, Kyoko, did you get Did I see you got... Wow. Words. Did I see you get some kind of key type object from Celeste?
Hey! Hey!
So, what's the deal with that? True, it would.
What?
Huh? What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you.
What did you do? What did you do to me?
Ooh.
Monokuma, I do not like that response. What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body?
Ooh. How
Monokuma,
exciting.
what did you do to my girl Kyoko? What? Oh man, oh jeez. Oh man, oh jeez. What do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. I've mentioned it before, but that little smiley face terrifies me now. What was that just now? Did the mastermind do something to Kyoko's body? What does that mean? Okay, things are getting kinda awkward. I think it's about time I get out of here.
Well,
Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying your school life. I don't think I've been enjoying any of it. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course, unless you're Mr. Krabs, then you come running.
see ya later.
See ya! Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although it wasn't all despair, there was one small hope. Hey, Kyoko? Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's the key that Celeste gave you?
so.
Most likely, it's the key to one of the dressing room lockers. Oh yeah, because a lot of them were locked, weren't they? Which means that she put a alter ego in one of the other lockers. Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey,
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we'd better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said,
Hey,
I'm going to go on alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone?
so.
Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I meant. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go too.
What?
You? Please let me go. Just straight up begging. Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. He does have a point. He's just basically like, whatever. I don't have time to deal with this. Thank you, Byakuya!
well,
Then it's up to you now.
Yo,
I'm gonna go to the dining hall, okay? Huh? So, Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go together? Does that mean what I think it means?
Okay.
Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. Oh yeah, I don't think he has. Or he may have been in the room, but not actually directly talked to him. Yeah, Hina ships it hard. And apparently shipped Kyoko as the bottom there. Like, I don't think Kyoko would be a pushover if you show backbone. I'm pretty sure she'd push back harder. I tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Well, shall we? Yeah.
So then.
Yeah, basically. We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. As the locker swung open, we saw... Good morning! It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe. Thank goodness. Yeah, she does! I never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time. Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow? I'm doing my best, so please just wait a while longer. So, now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but, can we take a second? Since we have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Chogo, please tell me. What are you trying to do all on your own here at the school? Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However,
regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know? That just makes me even more worried.
what?
Worried? Like, what happened during the investigation this time? You disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation? When you do that, it's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too. No! I believe in you.
What?
You believe in me? Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. I want you to believe in me too. Because we're friends. But dude, you know like next to nothing about this chick. I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then
That's fine.
fine, I'll tell you. Adorable, but please Makoto. Yeah. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see, what I heard from Kyoko then was, well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after I told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own two eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come. And when it did, I went into action.
Correct.
Wait, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't think so either. Because that was the one where I kept checking the supplies closet because there was nothing else to check in there. And in the storage closet there, way in the back, she said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet. But could Kyoko really be right about this? Because this was the storage closet that it kept saying, oh, there's nothing useful in here to me. It's just a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. The secret Kyoko told me about, could it really be hidden in here? She said it was way in the back of the storage closet. But I mean, seriously? Without thinking, I placed my hand on the back of the storage closet. And suddenly, as if I were being yanked in. At the same time as I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. He just shows up and kills him, yeah. I mean, honestly, this would be a perfect setup for, like, a body that never gets found. I had fallen through the back of the storage closet. Huh? Turned out, the back wall was like a revolving door, and I made my way to the other side. Just like Kyoko had said.
Correct.
In the boys' bathroom on the second floor, there's a storage closet. Way in the back of that closet, there's a secret room. So this is the secret room. Kyoko was in the closet. Oh, yeah. She was deep in there, apparently. But what's in here? There's a bunch of files and what look like volume after volume of yearbooks. They're all covered in dust. Looking at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Hope's Peak Academy Student Registry. But this is the only thing in here not covered in dust. Has someone been looking at it recently? Probably Kyoko, since she literally told you about this place. I slipped the file into my hand. But before I had a chance to look at it, a slip of paper fell out of the file and I turned my attention to it. Makoto, Kyoko, can you come out of the closet? Kyoko, I'm bi. Makoto, not what I meant, but I support you. Honestly, that is probably exactly how that conversation would go. Comfy again. What's this? You must not leave. That's kind of weird. I could understand if it said, like, I can't leave, but you must not leave? What is this? My head feels funny. This strange sensation. It's like deja vu. Those words, you must not leave. I've seen them somewhere before, but I can't quite remember. What do I know? What don't I know? Oh, we're about to get bonked. A strange sound rang out through my head. It felt like I was shaking my brain back. It felt like it was shaking my brain back and forth. And then, darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. I don't know how long it had been. Well then. Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, Makoto fucked up. Ow. Apparently something had hit me and I lost consciousness. That's all I understood. The dull, throbbing pain in my head proved that much at least. It's just a normal desk with normal drawers. Well, there's something on the bookshelf. An empty bookshelf. Huh? Empty. Good luck getting Kyoko to trust you now. Yeah. Gone. It's all gone. The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the note that had fallen on the floor. It's all gone? What does this mean? But my brain refused to do any more work. The insistent pain in my head had begun to spread across the rest of my body. Yeah, I would not be blaming her either. Also, he should probably get what is most likely a concussion checked out. For now, I should go back to my room. Get some rest. My body was heavy with pain. My mind heavy with thought. I dragged myself back toward my room. His forehead. Like, he didn't ask for that. What is it with people and getting bonked? That is a great question. Somehow, I made it back to the first floor of the school. The farther I walked, the more I felt things are getting blurry. Can't see in front of me. Couldn't stop myself from collapsing right there. And after that... Yeah, he for sure has a concussion. As if from a vast difference, I heard a sound. It was faint, but undeniable. That sound. Coming from the gym? As I desperately hauled my shaky frame towards the gym, the sound got stronger and stronger. What's going on? It can't be nothing. Here in the gym? Why do I feel like Makoto's about to get himself into some deep shit? I didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. Sounds coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. What is going on here? Oh, what? What? She really wanted to fight a robot. Before me, there raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. No, one's not human, that's for sure, but regardless, I couldn't stop staring. Forgot to move, or even breathe.
Why, you? What do you think you're doing? I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me? This wasn't part of the deal!
Wait a fucking second. Sorry, I was mid-yawn there. Is she the traitor? The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Okay. But you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? What am I hearing? Hostage? Then, could it be? The mastermind spy is... Were they? I'm not gonna lie, she was not very high up on my list of, possible traitors. Yes, I will save. Okay. Alright, so I got to the end of the chapter. That took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. Like, I'm used to the chapters ending, like, pretty much immediately after the trial. But that is where I'm going to stop for tonight. So, good night. Oh, wait, hold on. How do you do, like, raids and stuff? Because if somebody that I think is still up and going is up. Oh, I think I missed it. Oh man, I think I missed it. Is that or who else? Yeah. Oh well. Maybe next time. One of my VTuber siblings is doing his stream anniversary this week, so I was going to try to like raid at least one day, but I think his stream is already over for the day. Maybe next time. Right. Good night.